Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. We will go ahead and get started. A copy of the Open Meetings Act is located on the table outside the chamber. It's also on our website. There is also an automatic external defibrillator that's on the back wall of the legislative chambers. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll begin the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Equalization. Please note on the agenda, it does have a reminder that June 30th, 2022 is the final day to submit a real property valuation protest. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Boyle. Here. Commissioner Kavanaugh is absent. He's at a funeral. Commissioner Friend. Here. Commissioner Garcia. Here. Commissioner Morgan. Here. Commissioner Rogers. Here. Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, June 21st, 2022. And item B, call for a meeting and set Tuesday, July 12th, 2022 as a date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Is there a motion to approve A and B?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Friend, seconded by Commissioner Roger. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Equalization about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move to resolutions. There's one, item D, approving application for tax exemption form 457. We have no need for executive session, so the motion could be approval of item D and adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Those on Zoom, please be sure to mute. We'll move to the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Boyle. Here. Commissioner Kavanaugh is absent. Commissioner Friend.
Here.
Commissioner Garcia. Here. Commissioner Morgan. Here. Commissioner Rogers. Here. Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, June 21st, 2022. And item B, approval of claims submitted for payment process through Tuesday, July 5th, 2022. Is there a motion to approve A and B?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Friend, second by Commissioner Rogers. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
We'll move to our consent agenda, items A through N. Is there a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
Is there
Second.
motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Friend. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Boyle?
mic on?
Yep, there you
Yep,
go.
there we go. On item J, just, I tried to read through what this resolution was about and just was a little bit confused, to be honest with you. Is there anyone who can speak to the resolution to implement redundant radio prime site?
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Kathy Allen, Douglas County 911. What that is right now we have a prime radio site which operates all the radios throughout the county for Omaha Police and Douglas County Sheriff and OFD. It's coming to end of life, and when we looked into getting it updated, we are now going to a redundant virtual prime site, which means we'll have redundancy. If one site goes down, the other one will pick up, and it's all virtualized, so it can be operated from our tech headquarters at 156 and Maple. And with that, that's a sharing agreement, which means all the members of the Orion radio and MUD who's joining the Orion system will put into the cost of that, and which is like about $400,000 of the cost sharing, and then we have the rest of the money encumbered.
Okay, so the $907,000 is Douglas County's portion of it?
No, that includes MUD and the sharing. So Douglas County's portion of it is around $500,000, which we've encumbered from the previous 2 years.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right, that answers my questions. Great.
Right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Commissioner Boyle. Any other questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Next is a recognition and proclamations. We have 3. Recognition of the following county employees who are retiring. First is Clint Kirksey, who worked for the Douglas County Youth Center for 18 years, and with us today is Superintendent Brad Alexander and some staff. Everybody can come up.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brad Alexander, Douglas County Youth Center. Thank you for always taking the time to honor the people that have served us for so many years, and Clint is certainly worthy of this recognition. You know, he served our country in the U.S. Army, and we thank you for your service. He's worked in a variety of different school districts, just has a compassion for working with young people, very passionate about what he does, tremendous integrity, respectful, professional, great sense of humor. And he's going to be missed. His last day is this Friday, so Mark will be flipping hamburgers, and we're going to try to send him off right. But Clint, on behalf of Douglas County, the Youth Center, the kids and family we serve, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank all you folks for having this moment for me, and I'm really pleased and happy. Been working there for 18 years, helping the young folks out. I'm really going to miss it. Like you said, I worked at Omaha Public School when I got out the service for like 15 years with the kids there, and then also working at Douglas County Youth Center, and also retired from the military. So I did all I can do. It's time for me to relax now. I appreciate everyone.
Mark LaFleur, the best thing about Clint is his appeal to young people. They just attract to him, and they respond to him. And sometimes he has to redirect them when things may not be going so well, but he does it with such compassion and caring, and the children just know it, and they really respond well to him. So we're truly going to miss him, and we appreciate the time to recognize him publicly.
Thank you. And we do have a resolution from the board that I'll read it. It says, whereas Douglas County, Nebraska recognizes that its employees are the county's most important asset and resource for providing quality service to the citizens of Douglas County. Whereas the county wishes to recognize Clint of the Douglas County Youth Center on his retirement and dedicated service of 18 years to Douglas County. Now therefore be it resolved by this Board of County Commissioners, Douglas County, Nebraska, that the county recognizes Clint Kirksey for his dedicated service to the citizens of Douglas County and thankfully presents this resolution as testimony thereof, dated this 28th day of June, 2022. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Boyle, second by Commissioner Friend. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
And if you could come forward to,
They want to shake your hand.
congratulations. We'll be coming around to get a picture with you, okay?
Thanks, Clint. Thank you. Appreciate it.
More pictures for you, Brad.
You know, we never asked this. We never asked this if it was actually a picture. Do it. No, you're good. Right in front of you.
All right, wait, hang on. I think so, we'll try, let's see. We're gonna have to squeeze in. Can you come in, yeah, can you come in a little bit? Okay.
You're good. You're good.
There you go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I can't see you, Brad.
That was the idea. There you go.
Okay, all right, can everyone see the lens? All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Take a couple more. Okay. All right, a couple over here. Got it, thank you.
Thank you all.
We do have two other retirements. Charlotte Hudson, who has worked for the Douglas County Health Department for 25 years, and I just, hello.
Good morning, Lindsay Hughes, Director for Douglas County Health Department. I am not Charlotte Hudson, by the way. Charlotte is one of our fantastic public health nurses who has been here for 25 years. And because
if you
we
had any
just,
yeah, no.
oh,
Please mute.
I guess I could have done that. Because we just started our under 5 vaccines for COVID. Today and Friday are 2 of the clinic days that we have for that, and she opted to stay behind knowing that she was going to be needed as those clinics have been pretty full. So she is not here to accept her her honor today, but I wanted to at least be here to give her some accolades for just the incredible work that she does and just the devotion that she has shown to Douglas County and to the residents that she serves. She is exactly what you would want in a public health nurse. She is always just an incredibly calm and empathetic presence. She serves with love and compassion every single person who walks in our doors. And is always just a wonderful support for her coworkers, and we're going to miss her a lot. And so, I don't know if she's listening today. I hope she is, but we're just really proud that we've had these past 25 years with her, and we wish her the very best in her future endeavors.
Thank you. And along with Charlotte is Christina Negretti, who has worked for the Douglas County Health Center for 35 years. She is also retiring. So again, on behalf of the board, we wish them happy retirement and thank them for their dedication to the citizens of Douglas County. With that, do we have a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Boyle, second by Commissioner Morgan. Any other questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Next are citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber or on Zoom wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda? Okay. I think you come when we have the agenda item.
Okay.
Yep, yep, yep,
Okay.
yep. Nope, you're good. Anybody else?
Good morning. Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. First of all, I'd appreciate if you would turn your microphones in a little closer to you so I can hear better. I don't need an assistive device because I usually am able to hear. But anyway, we once again swore to our republic as we did the Pledge of Allegiance. And in our Constitution, everybody is required to support and defend and protect the Constitution of the United States, which, by the way, does not have anything in it about critical race theory or racial diversity, disparity, equity, and equality, especially in terms of government policy, because it's already covered by the Equality Clause. So we don't need special laws, even though it looks favorable that the people in D.C. are relegating some powers back to the states and local government. But the power is to the state, not to the county board. And I see once again that there's a proclamation today that gets into those theories, which I have been called asinine for bringing up at the front of this board before. But I have these and a whole pocket full of others that talk about those topics here in Omaha. So it is an existing topic on the minds of everybody, even the Reader magazine, and even some of the proclamations that we had passed here and apparently going to pass even more, as well as at the city council. And I'm just cautioning you that you're in uncharted territories there. It's pitting one group of people against other groups of people. And unfortunately, nowadays, it's reversed, let's say, to white privilege is the big enemy. It's not your job to support anti-white privilege or anything else. Please stop it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the board about an item not on the agenda?
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I want to ask the board to look at your interlocal agreements and support transportation, pedestrian, and bike. I don't think that the local bodies here are doing a good job on that, and we need further support. You guys have your own parks outside of city limits, but the county does encompass the city of Omaha, and I think you guys have a role to make sure that we have safe transportation, especially for pedestrians and people on bikes. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the board about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move to presentations. I'm going to flip them around here. We're going to do the presentation on the Nebraska opioid settlement by Joshua Shashworth, Chief of Staff from the Office of the Nebraska Attorney General. Good morning, Joshua, and welcome to the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. And just way of background why they're pulling this up, the Attorney General had started a Nebraska Opioid Remediation Advisory Committee in which I sit, and Joshua did such a spectacular job on the presentation to our committee, and I know the board has been interested in this topic, and so I asked Joshua to come and give that same presentation to this board so we all can follow along on the process. So thank you again, Joshua, for being here.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Greatly appreciate your invitation. Again, Joshua Sashray. I am Assistant Attorney General in the Nebraska Attorney General's Office, Chief of Staff there. Let's see. That looks like it's up on that screen. This presentation can be found on the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services website under the Behavioral Health Division tab, where the opioid remediation advisory committee's information can be found, including each monthly meeting. And we're very grateful, just as an aside, for Commissioner Borgenson's participation and leadership on that committee. For the sake of brevity, I don't want to keep you for the 30 minutes that it would take me to go through this presentation. So I would be happy to answer any questions that the board may have about this matter at all. Just a couple of things to point out, perhaps as reminders, that the manner in which we've approached these opioid settlements, first of all, we're talking about 2 primary defendants at this point. We expect that there will be several others throughout the course of time that get added on to this. But in 2020, with State Senator Sarah Howard, we passed the Opioid Prevention and Treatment Act, and that provides the general framework for how then we go about use of these monies and distribution of these funds. The intention of both Senator Howard and the legislature in general and the Attorney General has been always to utilize this money for remediation of opioid use disorder and other co-occurring substance use disorders and mental health disorders that are associated therewith. The primary function of the statute is to set out that intention and then to create a fund at the state level that is solely dedicated to receiving these annual deposits from the settlement, and then would be dispersed according to the terms of these settlements. Okay, so the settlement agreements can be found at nationalopioidsettlement.com. They're very lengthy. I can direct you to some of the key provisions of that for the sake of the board's determinations. So again, I want to just reemphasize that any money that comes to the state per these settlements all go into the opioid recovery fund. There is nothing that would go into the general fund. There is nothing that comes to the Attorney General's office. In fact, because the state of Nebraska did not hire outside legal counsel, the fees that would have otherwise gone to that purpose go to the state, and per this state law, they go into that fund. So that's an extra $2 million. So again, briefly, we're talking about 2 settlements presently. First of all is the distributor settlement. That's with the 3 major prescription drug distributing companies throughout America: McKesson, AmerisourceBergen, and Cardinal Healthcare. And then one of the manufacturers there, Johnson & Johnson. We also entered into a settlement with McKinsey & Company, the consulting firm, and that was an additional $2 million on top of what I'll just describe. So distributing these funds throughout the country has been something that attorneys general throughout the country have been discussing for some time. And several years ago, they created an allocation formula. That allocation formula is based upon not only state population, but also factors such as severity of opioid use disorder in any given state, overdose deaths, those types of things that were knowable at the time. Thus, Nebraska's allocable share is 0.43%. Okay, and actually that was something that we ended up negotiating higher than we originally were allocated. That means that under this first settlement with the distributors, the total share to Nebraska is a little under $82 million, but that's over the course of 18 years. All of these settlements have the same structure in which, in order for these companies to settle, and because of the number of counties and cities throughout America that did file litigation or enter into some type of litigation, it required all of those cities and counties to sign off on these settlement agreements, which Douglas County thankfully did as well. By doing so, that allowed both those political subdivisions throughout the state, as well as the state of Nebraska, to receive its maximum possible share. Okay, so it's sort of an incentive payment structure, and you can kind of see the breakdown there. So because we met that goal in January, we are eligible, both the county and the state, to receive our maximum amount that we could possibly have received. Again, the settlement agreements are structured in such a way that 70% of it had to go to an abatement fund. And then 15% were to go to the state, and 15% would be a direct share to eligible counties and cities. This is the same structure that applies across the board as the default for these settlement agreements. As I mentioned, the state law says that we take that 15% share to the state and apply it to our abatement fund, otherwise known as the Opioid Recovery Fund. Okay, so thus then the Opioid Recovery Fund at the state is 85% of the total share, and then 15% of the remainder is allocated amongst all 93 counties and 16 eligible cities. That those eligible cities are based upon population threshold of 20,000 or more from the 2020 census. Very similar with regard to the Johnson & Johnson settlement. That's nationwide about $4.5 billion. Nebraska's share then is a little under 20 million, but the time frame on that one is 9 years. So in total, just for these, and again, there will likely be additional monies added on in coming months or years, is a little over $100 million. When you do go to the settlement agreement under Exhibit E, you'll find a non-exhaustive list of opioid remediation uses. And these are guidelines for how both the state and any county or city government receiving these funds may proceed and how to use them. But from that slide, you can see that one, it can be used for any opioid use disorder or co-occurring substance use disorder or mental health condition. This includes anything from research prevention efforts, law enforcement for provision of Narcan, for example, even can be payments toward individuals for treatment costs that were unpaid previously, or even capital improvement, so long as there's some nexus to opioid use disorder. On the state side, the Division of Behavioral Health for the Department of Health and Human Services is the contact point for the state in terms of accounting for the funds that come into the state's opioid recovery fund. The settlement agreements say that you have to base your allocation on a regional plan, and since we have behavioral health regions already existing, we chose to utilize that. These settlement agreements also require there to be a committee composed equally of state representatives and city and county representatives. So it's a rather large group, as Commissioner Borgensen knows, but that means there's both a county and a city representative for each of the 6 behavioral health districts, and then a corresponding 12 members from the state side. Those folks are generally people who have subject matter expertise in public health or behavioral health, and have been a part of various coalitions that have been around at least since 2017 regarding opioids. That committee has held 3 meetings thus far since being convened in April. They are in the process of coming up with criteria for grant funding or additional means of spending that which comes into the opioid recovery fund. Since we entered into consent judgments in April, both the state and cities and counties are now green-lighted to receive funding. There is a national settlement administrator, Brown and Greer, that was chosen by the lead states in this negotiation to, again, account for the monies throughout the country to every state and every political subdivision. Each county and city actually should have just received, perhaps even as of a day or so ago, an initial notice from Brown and Greer, which then will give you the opportunity to set up a portal account, and I'll leave it to your discretion as how that accounting works. But it's 50 days from the date of that notice is when you should anticipate receiving the first payment of the distributor's fund. Now, I just want to point out one additional thing, and I'm sorry, if I'm going over time, please stop me. Okay. This year, both the state and cities and counties will receive the first 2 years worth of payments from both the distributors and Johnson & Johnson. So the first year was held in escrow, and then will now eligible to be released. So when you receive the notice, I just want to make clear, like when you receive this notice, it will only tell you, I think, the first year's payment from the distributors. So that's just 1 out of 4 that you should be receiving in the coming months. Okay. So then you should expect to receive a similar notice from Brown and Greer for the other payments that are due this coming fiscal year. So you should be receiving that initial payment from the distributors by mid-August. This slide just shows you a little bit of how these payment structures are going to be allocated. This is, I apologize, I did not put this together for the county, but I can tell you what those numbers are for you. But this is just a little graphical representation of what the state's payments are like into the opioid recovery fund. There's generally a desire to front load these such that as much money as possible can be going toward this effort. The distributor's payment is a little bit more equalized over time. Another very important thing to be aware of in terms of additional opportunities for additional funds possibly to come into the Douglas County or any county is that the state's share, the advisory committee is required to disperse at least 50% of that on an annual basis in a regional allocation. The advisory committee has latitude to increase that beyond the amounts that are listed here. So, for example, then the roughly $5 million, perhaps a bit more than that, that might come in for the first annual payment to the state's fund. Half of that has to be reallocated to the regions. Now, in this sense, the behavioral health regions just sort of act as a regional distributing body rather than perhaps a more formalistic requirement that would normally be associated with funding through behavioral health regions. But as you see, based upon the allocation percentages that are directly for those cities and counties within those behavioral health regions, 44% of that 50% from the state has to come to Region 6. And then just briefly so you're aware, now these are in total. The direct share for Douglas County over the course of 18 years for the distributors and 9 years for Johnson & Johnson. That's so if you're taking the 15%, it's then 15% of the 15% is the direct share, okay? And that is 1,827,000 for the distributors and 446,488 for Johnson & Johnson, grand total of almost 2.3 million. No. Omaha's share, just so you're aware, is 16.78%, which means then that their total allocation for the city is a little over 2.5 million for that same time period. And that is, I'm sorry, I did take more time than I had planned, but if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Josh, good to see you again.
You too, sir.
It's been a while. Last time I saw you, you looked like you were 15 years old. Now you look at least 30. Hey, okay, so Josh, the lion's share of the district, I mean, there's a lot of numbers flying around here, and I'm the master of the obvious. Mm-hmm. The lion's share of the distribution, the lion's share of the discussions about the distribution and allocation. Yeah. Is the federal government tracking the abatement success, or are the rates, or are the states responsible for actually coming back to, with the help of McKinsey, J&J, and advisory committee, stuff like that? Who's showing success rates, I guess, is what I'm getting at. So in other words, 3 years ago, we know the opioid epidemic is crazy, and we're tracking numbers. Mm-hmm. Law enforcement agencies are. Mm-hmm. Where do we see those success rates as time goes on, right? Mm-hmm. In your opinion, I guess.
Well, I would just say, in terms of then utilizing these funds and showing return on investment, it is required under state law that Division of Behavioral Health, as sort of the state's point entity for this, provides an annual report. There's also, my presumption is when the advisory committee sets out all the parameters for how they're going to distribute funds, that there would be obviously some type of accounting in terms of effectiveness that would then have to be reported back to the advisory committee and then relayed to the department.
Okay, that makes sense. So in other words, if the state, if the county in one way, shape, or form did receive, Douglas County, for example, or Lancaster County, if we did receive a certain amount of distribution to implement programs that are going to abate this problem, is it incumbent upon our agencies to put resources in place to actually kick that information back to Health and Human Services or the state? So in other words, we're going to have to report back. We're going to have to show you guys something.
At least in terms of the funds that may come from any grant requests from an entity that you have oversight over. In terms of how that might be done with regard to the funds that you automatically received as a direct share or that you may receive regionally, that might be less so.
Okay. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, sir.
Any other questions or comments on this? Again, I may invite you back after we continue to move forward with our work. Right now, I can tell you that the committees are looking at, quote, the needs that fit into what we could potentially utilize these dollars for. And then the disbursement committee is looking at what process we want to use in order to disperse those funds. So once those get a little farther along and firmed up a little bit more, we'll be providing additional updates. But again, I thought that this, for the initial, because it's big, I mean, it's a big deal. What does this look like and where are we with this process for today, as of today? So again, I thank you, Josh, for being here and doing this, and we'll have you back after a while when we get a little bit more detail on the committees.
All right. Thank you very much,
All right.
and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. With that, we will move to our other presentation, which is the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Workforce presentation. Marissa, who is the lead on this, is a little bit overdue on our 90 days report out, but good stuff is happening, and I thought it was important for the board to again get updated on where we are with this work, and I should say important work that is occurring with our committee. So, Marissa?
I'm tall, so I need to put this up
Yeah.
a little bit.
You might want to move both of them
okay.
closer so you can hear better. There you go.
All right, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
All right, excellent. Hello, commissioners. I am thrilled to be in front of you today, and you're right. These 6 months have gone by very quickly. So I'm thrilled to be able to share with you the amazing work that we have been able to collectively work together, myself, county commissioners. Let me take a step back. My name is Marissa Hatab. I'm the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. Oh. Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Sorry, I told her to move them closer.
It's all right. But you can still hear me? Okay, great. So I'm really excited to be able to share with you the steps that we have taken towards really addressing our workforce needs. Myself, county commissioners, all of our department heads, elected officials, the whole shebang. So I wanted to start before going into our progression. I did think it was important to share what my core responsibilities are and why I was really brought on board. And so overall, I was brought here to help us to plan, to implement, to develop, and provide strategic guidance to our countywide DEI strategic plan. And so that is something that will be launched here soon. I also was brought on to assess and to come up with strategies to assess our policies to ensure that they're infused with equity and inclusion and refined and reformed. Also, of course, over our recruitment and retention needs. As we all know, anyone that's living and breathing right now understands that our workforce throughout the nation are going through some growing pains, as I call it, and a lot of folks are having a hard time recruiting amazing competitive talent. And so that is also a part of why I was brought on board. Also providing guidance to our DEI Executive Advisory Committee. And so then we also understand that in order for us to have a competitive workforce, that training and education and empowerment is a part of that. And so I was also brought to think critically through our training offerings, specifically tied to diversity, equity, and inclusion topics. One of the things that's not the most fun thing to do is to highlight some of our blind spots, some of the things that have gone beyond our radar, and to really help us to pause and to reflect and infuse intentionality into what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we can improve some of our processes. Language accessibility is really important, and so we've also began to have conversations internally, but also externally with some of our community partners to understand how we can have provide services and opportunities where different languages are empowered with the information through their language. And then also partnering with different juvenile justice stakeholders to ensure that we're addressing those needs as well. So one of the things that was really important was establishing baseline. So you're going to hear me say continuously baseline, baseline. So I established some baseline objectives, both internally and externally. Later, you're going to be able to see a DEI workforce dashboard that is made of our baseline countywide employee demographical information that will help to help us come up with our DEI strategic plan, while ensuring that they are tied to realistic expectations and metrics that we can ensure that we are seeing the outcomes and successes that we hope to see. So some of the internal objectives, so that means looking internally. And that, I do want to be clear, I was brought in to assess our internal processes. Of course, there are some things that are going to be external and are going to impact our community, but where the work begins is internal. And I really appreciate that because sometimes when we're talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, and as we know, a lot of businesses and nonprofits and a lot of folks are beginning to look at this work through a different lens, and sometimes it's easier to look externally than do the hard work to look internally. And so I really want to say thank you all for making that commitment to say this work needs to start internally first. So some of our internal objectives are to ensure that our demographics of our workforce mirror the demographics of our county. And so that is the overarching goal that you all have helped us to identify. Also, of course, to develop that DEI strategic plan that will umbrella over all of our counties. To implement countywide inclusive leadership trainings. So as I said in my responsibilities, education, empowerment is a part of that. And so coming up with a training offering that helps to empower our leaders and then be infused throughout all the layers of our employees. And then to, of course, develop some policies that are refined and strengthened through that equity lens. And then some of our external objectives are to increase our community visibility and trust by aligning with some local and national DEI initiatives. Also to build partnerships with community groups such as schools, colleges, etc., to ensure that we are developing and cultivating a talent pipeline so that as we have some of our workers who are retiring, we also have folks that are moving into the positions as they're exiting. So that talent pipeline is very important. And then strengthening our partnership with the Red Committee and JEDI. So very quickly, I would like to update you all some of the amazing progress that we have been able to make as a DEI Executive Advisory Committee. Some of them, well, yes. So I have been able to meet with many of you in this room, our elected officials, our department heads, for some of the folks who are listening in. So we have 22 different departments, and some of our departments are led by elected officials, and then others are led by department heads. So it was very important that I met with all of them. Also, you know, like I just shared, the internal and external goals. We established a DEI framework that encompassed our mission, our vision, core values that are tied to the county's already existing core values and mission and vision. I restructured our DEI Executive Advisory Committee. And then the thing that I'm really excited about showing you today, I was able to assess, analyze, and gather just from a different lens, our county employee demographics. And then we were able to infuse those demographics into our DEI workforce dashboard, which we actually will be able to share with you today. Oh, excuse me. I also was able to help to develop a decision-making lens through a DEI lens that I was able to share with you all as you were going through your strategic prioritizing session, so that we can ensure that when we're making decisions that impact our community, that they're infused with a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens. I was able to meet with different key community stakeholders, help and aid in interviewing processes, and I was able to meet with amazing chief diversity officers throughout the country. One of the things that's very important that I've heard many times is the importance of using best practices and the strategies and the plans that we have moving forward. And so there are some amazing counties that have been doing great work, and I understand that collaborating and building partnerships with them is also very important to ensure that what we're bringing here is backed by evidence and proven results. And I also was able to meet with the National Association of County Officials team, and they also helped to lead to some of those connections with those chief diversity officers. I was able also to collaborate with the communications director to create Douglas County DEI branding. And so I wanted to share two of those branding with you. This is our diversity, equity, inclusion brand that you will see on our website and anything that we publicize. And then these are the 4 I's. So when we're talking about in action, what do we mean? What are we committed to? These 4 I's are pivotal. It is important that we're intentional, that we're invested, that we're innovative, and we're inclusive in how we're approaching this work. And so the 4 I's are infused into our language. So one of the things that I think is very important to just pause and reflect on is a lot of times there's a lot of misconceptions around what diversity, equity, and inclusion really means. And so before we could dive in as a committee into thinking about how we can infuse diversity, equity, and inclusion into our practices and our policies and how we move as leaders, it was important that we developed a baseline understanding of what diversity, equity, inclusion means and what it doesn't mean. And time does not permit me to go through all of them extensively, but I did want to highlight the difference between equality and equity, because that is something repetitively that is, they're just interchanged and they're not the same. So I'd like to say that equality focuses on sameness. Everyone is provided the same. Whereas equity focuses on fairness. Equity understands that we all have our own challenges. We all have our own unique strengths. We all have our own perspectives, and equity meets us where we are and ensures that we have equal opportunity or equal access to success by infusing fairness. And so I did want to highlight the difference between the two. So why does DEI matter? I think it's really important to pause and think about that. Outside of the value case, which is, you will hear people say, well, diversity, equity, inclusion is just the right thing to do. And believe me when I say I do believe it's the right thing to do, but I'd also like to say it's the right way to do business. There is tons of evidence that supports and showcases how having diverse voices, identities, perspectives around the table, problem solving, coming up with innovation solutions really strengthen teams and systems and businesses, giving us, therefore, a competitive advantage. We have a competitive workforce. We have a empowered, educated, invested in workforce who feel up for the challenge. And then also, it sets us in the position of being proactively prepared. So instead of us having to be reactive, we can be proactive in really analyzing and assessing the needs of our workforce. And as we know, the pandemic has definitely aided in folks really assessing impacts. Like, why am I working? Why am I stressed out? Is it worth it? Like, folks are really thinking about their work from a different lens. And so by us thinking about DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, it helps us to be prepared and to ensure that the benefits, the attraction, how we retain folks is through a different lane, so that we have a strong, thriving workforce. So as I shared, we were able to establish the DEI framework, which encompasses our mission, our vision, our 4 pillars, our core values. And so, so our vision is a Douglas County where all people have equitable opportunities to thrive. Our mission is to empower all Douglas County employees and residents by advancing equity and removing barriers that create opportunities for all to thrive. Our 4 pillars, which the 4 pillars are directly tied to our DEI strategic plan, is our workforce, which is the body of employees, our workplace, which is the institution that holds the body of our employees, our policies and procedures that impact workplace culture, and community relations, which help us to build community partnerships and visibility so that we have very strong recruitment strategies in place to draw in the right talent. And then our core values, a people-first approach. When we looked at our last year, the county went through a survey with our employees, and one of the areas that across all identities, if we're talking about race, ethnicity, gender, age, across all these different identities that we took into account, one of the things, no matter who we were speaking to, had to do with our employees being proud to say that they were Douglas County employees. And by us having a people-first approach, which I believe we already have, it makes people first in the services that we provide and in the policies and processes we put in place. Joyful expressions of inclusivity and belonging is important too. Joy and fun. Commissioner Friend, I know during the strategic prioritizing session, you brought up some ideas that infused fun and joy and laughter, and I think that's important to this work as well. Taco Tuesday. So as we're doing these deep internal processes and really working to strengthen our processes, it's also important that we're explicit in what our commitment is and then what our commitment in action looks like. And so our DEI commitment statement is Douglas County is committed to cultivating a culture that strives to be equitable, inclusive, and diverse. We embrace differences and diversity of identity, ability, experience, and thought, and we actively strive for inclusive behaviors across our workforce. By advancing these values, we aim to treat everyone with respect, support, dignity, and not merely tolerate but fully embrace their identities. We believe our workforce should reflect the vast diversity of the communities we serve, and diverse voices should be elevated and intentionally integrated into our DEI intention and initiatives. This is something that may be refined a little bit, but this is something that we agree upon. So these are the 4 different areas that we are committed to. I know I shared a little bit earlier about the 4 I's. You will see those here. We are committed to intentionally building a stronger, diverse, and competitive workforce. We are committed to innovatively creating pathways to success by removing barriers and creating equitable opportunities. We are committed to investing strategically within our workforce, workplace, and community. and we are committed to advance a culture of inclusivity and belonging. I did want to share the restructure of our DEI Executive Advisory Committee. And so our county commissioners, elected officials, and department heads, as far as this first stage of the work, embody our DEI Advisory Committee. We then are breaking those committees into 4 subcommittees, which are those 4 pillars I mentioned: workforce, workplace, policies and procedures, and community relations. An area that I think is very important as well is that we infuse our employees' voice and perspectives in our DEI strategic plan. So from those subcommittees, we will have employee-led task force that help us come up with the strategies that are tied to those topics. So now I would like to invite Mike Shonlaw from the GIS department to share with you all the dashboard that we've been working on. Oh. So. Excellent, thank you. All right, we'll give it a moment to load. Hopefully you can hear me okay. So as I was sharing, when we were able to assess and gather different workforce demographics, the HR department and the GIS department, Mike and his team, were able to partner with me in the development of this dashboard. And so I would like to say this is baseline. We are already having conversations of different proponents that will strengthen this dashboard, but these are baseline demographics based on our already existing onboarding processes. So there may be some identities not listed on here, such as when we're talking about gender, non-binary, et cetera. But this is based on the data that we're already collecting. So there's already conversation around how we can even strengthen some of our onboarding processes. So in the upper left, and you all have the handouts in front of you. In the handouts, the numbers are in the order of the tabs at the bottom. So on the front page in the top left, as you can see, those are currently, as of May, how many employees that we have within Douglas County. Another step that we're going to be integrating into this is the difference between full-time, part-time, and seasonal, but right now that number is everyone together. Next to that number on the left is our employees by gender. So 45.5% of our current workforce are male and 54.5% are female. Next to that on the right is employees by age group compared to our county populations. So one of our overarching goals, of course, is to have a workforce that mirrors the demographics of our county. So it's very important that we're integrating that. I would like to say the next step into this is integrating it. This right now, the county numbers here are overall population, but next we're adding a proponent that is available workforce demographics. Underneath that, in the far left, we have employees by generation. So currently we have 5 different generations working within our workforce, ranging from Gen Z, which were born anywhere between 1996 and 2015, Gen Y, which is 43.8%, ranging, they were born between 1977 and 1995, Gen X, which is 27.7%, which they were born in 1965 through 1976, baby boomers, which is 1946 through 1964, and then the silent generation, which were born 1945 and earlier. So I thought it was really important for us to look through that lens because with us having these 5 different generations within our workforce, all different generations have different perspectives and workforce needs. And so I thought that was important for us to highlight. On the right, we also have employees by racial ethnicity compared to county populations, ranging from Native, Asian, Black, Hispanic, white, 2 or more race or ethnical identities, and unspecified. Okay, let's go to the second tab, the map. So on your second page, I really think this is a cool feature. We developed this map that's tied to all of our employees and the zip codes that they live in. And so by us being, and also, yeah, thank you, Mike. The yellow dots are all of our buildings. So all the different buildings in which our employees work. And so this gives us the ability to do many different things, but one in particular that we had top of mind are our recruitment strategies. Being able to see where majority of our employees live versus don't live, and coming up with recruitment strategies for those areas. One feature, if you click on one of those boxes, it does open up a feature where it shows us how many Douglas County employees overall live in that area, and then it breaks it down by different identities such as gender and race that shows us how many of those groups live in that area as well that are tied to our census data. So that's a really cool feature if we want to be even more specific in our strategies. So if we move to the years of service tab, which is your third page, it shows us the employees by years of service, like the median ages. So based on their, this is years, right? And how many of them. So from left to right, so on the far left, 0 to 4 years, and then on the far right, 25 plus years. How much of our workforce fall in those categories? And the bottom is tied to departments. So each of those different columns represent one of our 22 departments and showcases the median age and the median years of service of their employees. And then for the sake of time, we'll go to job type 1. So in job type 1 tab, which should be your fourth page, this shows you our departments. So each of our departments, and it breaks down the demographics of their workforce, like from a 100% stance. So if we look at the admin, out of 100% of their employees, 45.5% of their employees are professionals. So at the bottom, this is tied to EEO categories. And on your very last page, it clearly defines what each of those EEO categories are. So this helps us to be even more specific when we're looking at gender, age, racial identities. It helps us to be more specific about where they lie within those categories. And then our last tab is our employees by race, ethnicity tied to their EEO job category, and employees by age group per EEO job categories. So I know this is a lot of information to take in, but like I said, this is the baseline data that we've been able to pull together, and some particular things that we also plan on integrating that will help strengthen this even more is compensation. We also are going to look at retirement eligibility so that we can have very strong succession planning strategies in place. We also are going to have languages, immigrant and refugee identities integrated into these demographics eventually. And we're going to be able to look at this based on decision-making power. So right now we have the EEO categories, but those EEO categories don't necessarily show us if someone is an entry-level employee or if they're in an executive leadership position. And I know I've heard from you all that it's very important for us to ensure that the county demographics are infused from all levels of our workforce. So, okay. I don't want to take up too much time, so I'll go ahead and go back to my presentation. It's only one more slide, and then we can open it up for questions. So next steps. I'm going to be going through our county and implementing a DEI Made Simple Lunch and Learn series to share with our employees what our commitment is and what DEI means. We will be launching this DEI workforce, but it'll be tied to each department. So it won't just be the countywide, it'll be very specific to their departments. We will launch our DEI strategic plan and come up with individual goals, metrics, and some trainings. So I will pause. I know I just shared a whole lot of information with you all and open it up for any questions you may have. Yes.
About how the workforce groups can come up with solutions to increase the diversity and make sure that we really do have equity more than anything.
Yes.
So I appreciate the work that you're doing to get this started. I know it's a huge undertaking since you basically started from scratch. We didn't have anything like this in the county. So, but yeah, this stuff from Mike is pretty impressive. So data is helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Commissioner Garcia?
So I wanted to echo Commissioner Boyle's comments and just give appreciation for setting this framework, these benchmarks, and just kind of providing a clearer picture for where we're at and where we want to go. I know that to be one employee tasked with DEI for the entire county, at least internally speaking, with 2,400 employees, 22 departments, that can definitely feel like a daunting task, but you've been able to really provide clear steps for where we can go, within the next, first where you went these last 6 months, which provided very clear kind of frameworks for kind of a foundation to build off of, which you've done a wonderful job of. So I really appreciate everything you've done so far. I look forward to working with you closely moving forward. And I did not know that employees by generation, that the Gen Y millennial generation actually makes up the largest bulk of our employees. I didn't know that, so that's interesting. So appreciate all the data and everything you shared with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morgan?
Appreciate very much your presentation and also your passion about your role here in Douglas County.
Thank you.
Okay. No other comments from the commissioner? Okay. Thank you, Marissa.
Thank you.
Larry?
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette, excuse me, Avenue, Omaha, 68132. I wish I didn't have to do this, but I feel I must. A little bit of shock therapy, I guess. That was a very long indoctrination class. I remember back in the 60s, early 70s, Northwestern Bell employees dragged through an indoctrination class much like this one or the training class she's talking about. Excuse me, that is going to impress on other people's freedoms under the Constitution, their freedom of thought. Because as an employee of this county, if you don't buy into that and you don't practice that, you're at risk of being dismissed summarily. Yeah, in Nebraska, you can fire an employee for any reason. But the corporate power structure around this town, and obviously the government, is dead set to establish critical race and critical sex theories into this political situation. Don't have time to read them all, but let me go through a few of the things. Each employee is gonna, even a deputy, and that person there is gonna have to go through this training and accept the tenets of this, or they're be welcome to leave. That's essentially what's going to happen. There is nothing in our Constitution about diversity, equity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you are out of order with this. It is anti-Constitution. It is anti-Christian. Our republic is based on Christian principles. And when we see evil, we are charged with speaking out about it. And I think this is evil because it's to the root of fundamentally changing this country's culture, according to Marxist theories. It's all over the country, and some people here deny that it exists, but it's all over the country. It's all over the Reader magazine. It's all over talk radio. You need to grow up and stop this stuff because it's anti-citizen. And we pay your taxes. We elected you. You are elected to support the Constitution and the state constitution and the laws. And this is actually imposing theories on employees that is probably illegal for you to do that. Thank you.
Rogers?
I want to first just thank Marissa for the presentation. It's been a lot of work by a lot of people up here and out there in the staff to try to get this done. I think it's a great baseline to get us there, just to monitor and try to really, make sure we're living up to what we aspire to constitutionally. I mean, I'm trying not to respond to everything, but because the effort that's went into this, I feel like I just need to. There's few constitutional scholars sitting in here. So just because you read the Constitution doesn't mean that your interpretation is of what it is. I mean, quite frankly, the original version of the Constitution had black folk as 3/4 people. So to get up here and say the Constitution has everything straightened out, that obviously hadn't been it. There's some people that say we've been through 3 reconstructions: the Civil War Reconstruction, where things were put up, the Civil Rights movement, which was a second Reconstruction, and now what happened after George Floyd, which triggered probably a 3rd Reconstruction. To get up there and say that this is indoctrination is absolutely, and I'm gonna be clear with it, asinine. And asinine means unintelligent. So anybody that wants to come here and make their point with me on that, that is an unintelligent comment. That's what asinine means. I don't care what that book says. What you're saying up here is indoctrination. It is propaganda. The main point of trying to do this is to try to get us there. I just want to say that because I want to make sure that the effort that was put into getting us here at the beginning is not poo-poo and framed as something like CRT, which is nowhere close to this. Nowhere close. Anytime race is mentioned, it's CRT. That is some bull. And so it's just to a point that I feel like, the citizen comment period is weaponized to a point that we can't say nothing. Fine, I live with that. But by no means is this some indoctrination or CRT. This is the effort to try to make sure this Constitution that you think you understand lives up to everything that's in there. Thank you.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Madam Chair. Marissa, thanks for the information. And I have had not quite a few, but a variety of conversations with Marissa, and I'm glad I've gotten a chance to meet her. And Taco Tuesday was my idea. She didn't mention that because it wasn't a very good idea, but fun, yeah, maybe. Look, I had to make a comment about this because I think the commissioners on this board have gotten to know me. I'm not bragging, but I'm saying when years ago, and it was a long time ago, when I was at Creighton University, I was in a class where the professor essentially, long story short, we on the reading list was the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx, and then Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. And there were other things on the reading list. When we got done, the professor would go around to everybody and say, pick one, what do you like? And of course, 80% of the folks were picking Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. And then later on, when we wrote book reports and did whatever we needed to do, the professor came back and said, all right, now you got to pick them all and you got to defend them all. And I went, well, I can't defend the Communist Manifesto. I don't care whether you think you can or not, do it. As soon as you possibly can. I need this by X time. Places like Creighton University and the 60 years of my life, the people that I've run into do not and did not indoctrinate me to tell me how to think. They taught me how to think. They didn't tell me what to think. They taught me how to think. All of the relationships that I've had and all of the personal communication I've had with people on this board, I try to espouse that. This isn't based on anything that I hear from the public coming up. I'm telling you that I make decisions based on my research, my understanding of facts, and my communication with Marissa and what we're doing. What we've essentially received here is a bunch of data. When I first met her, I said, look, you and I may disagree on all kinds of things, and I think she would vouch for that. I did say that. I want facts. I want information that's going to prove that we're moving in a direction that not only I agree with, but that Douglas County can espouse. Nothing that I've seen here, data-wise, would indicate anything other than that. All I'm saying is, and I'm not bragging, all I'm saying is, everybody on this board knows that if I disagree with them, they will know it. They will know it loud and clear, and it will be out in front of everybody. I think that they respect that, and I would respect that from them, and I do respect that from them. Honestly, I don't see, I don't see CRT anywhere in here. I've read on it. I've researched it. I know what it is, and I would fight it to the degree that I had the ability to fight it if I saw it and it was injecting something that I didn't like. This ain't it, folks. We're trying to promote ideas here. And if I disagree with the ideas, I'll let you guys know. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
And again, this is a, go ahead. Go ahead, Louise.
Louise minus 2709 Dewey Avenue. I missed when the committee was formed. I think it was 6 months. So if this is a recent committee that was formed, I commend the board for taking this in. I just want to point out on diversity, you guys already deal with diversity and economic diversity. Some of the services that the county provides are for the poor, and so that's economic inequality or whatever. But this is for the employees. Like, you're looking at your employees, and I think that it's about time. And as Marissa pointed out, which, by the way, she had a great presentation. I like coming here because of your presentations. The county needs to retain and have a good workforce to provide quality service. Thank you.
The last thing I want to leave us with, and the board has already said, thank you for the presentation, Marissa, and we have work to do, but we've made a good leap in our work. So for those who missed, what is DEI? Diversity is all the unique ways in which we differ, from our physical attributes to our varied individual perspectives and ideas. It also applies to our ways of managing, handling conflict, and much more. Equity is our shared commitment to create access to opportunity for advancement for all employees, residents, and those we serve in a manner that is just and fair. Inclusion, our individual and collective action to create environments of belonging where members of all groups experience support, respect, dignity, and value. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move down to our public hearings. We have, first one is Tom Doyle, County Engineer, request approval of the Douglas County 1 and 6 year Highway Improvement Plan for fiscal year 2023 to 2028. You remember Chief Deputy Dan Kudelak was here last week, went through the 6-year plan. We kept the public hearing open. And again, we are here today to finish that public hearing and take action today if the board so chooses. Good morning.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dan Kudelak, Douglas County Engineer's Office. I'm here really just to recommend on behalf of the County Engineer's Office that you approve this 1 and 6 year plan, but more importantly, answer any questions that anyone might have this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. During this public hearing, is there anyone wishing to comment on the 1 and 6 year plan? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing today. What is the will of the board? Is there a second? Who? Maury. Oh, Commissioner Rogers made the motion. Commissioner Boyle seconded it. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0. Commissioner Morgan's away temporarily.
Next is our public hearing for, thank you, Dan, for a class license for beer, wine, distilled spirits on and off sale and catering for JKE Hospitality, DBA Java's Tacos at 2611 North 204th. And with us today is Sean Kelly. Hello.
Good morning, Madam Chair, County Commissioners. Sean Kelly, 2804 South 87th Avenue. Appearing on behalf of the applicant, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, is there anyone here wishing to speak for or against this application? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Friend. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
We will move to our committees, the first being our Finance Committee, the budget report as presented, and then we have 3 ARPA funding resolutions. The first is approval of a resolution authorizing the award of $500,000 to Charles Drew Medical Center for a mobile health care unit, and an award of $22,600 to the Douglas County Historical Society to preserve and archive materials from the Florence Historical Foundation. These are being invested from funds from
one from mine and partially from
Commissioner Rogers, and
the Charles Drew is mine, and the Florence home is mine, and Commissioner Friend.
okay, all right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Friend. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next is the approval of a resolution authorizing the award of $50,000 to the North Omaha Cultural Center to provide partial funding for architectural design fees for multipurpose facility. This is being invested from the funds of Commissioner Rogers, Morgan, and Garcia. Is there a motion to approve?
No, that was not mine.
So you're adding 20,
Awards to this project from Rogers, Morgan and Garcia, and then at the bottom it says this, I'm just adding on to that project.
oh, I don't have that, so, okay, so this is, how much, Commissioner?
50,000.
50,000 is being invested from Commissioner Boyle's fund for this project of the North Omaha Cultural Center, which had previously been funded
last month.
Okay,
Right.
sorry about that.
Sorry to
I didn't
clarify.
have the right resolution on that one. All right, is there a motion to approve?
So
So, second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Boyle. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next is a resolution authorizing the county to continue to use Forvis or BKD to provide accounting and auditing services for fiscal year June 30th, 2022, and provides an amount of $204,450 for funding to pay for these services. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Boyle, seconded by Commissioner Friend. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next, we'll move to community services. We have discussion/action on the 2022-23 Visitors Improvement Fund allocation. Recommendations submitted by the Visitors Promotion Council in the amount of $4,010,320. Catherine Hall, do you want to give a background on that?
Catherine Hall, County Administration. I don't have much more to add. The fund balance was more favorable this year. It's seen a significant drop the 2 prior years related to COVID and hotel motel stays. And I'd turn it over to the Visitor Promotion Council Chair, Emiliano Lerda, is available on Zoom too for the Commissioners to ask.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Emiliano. Before we begin, Commissioner Boyle, did you have any comments you wanted to make now, or do you want to wait until later? Okay, Emiliano, do you want to go ahead and tell us the process here?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. So my name is Emiliano Lerda, and I'm the chair of the Visitor Promotion Council. The VPC, or Visitor Promotion Council, is recommending an allocation of just over $4 million of LB 262 visitor improvement funds to 67 grant applications or applicants. We received a total of $7.8 million in requests from 73 applicants. And we are recommending, putting forward a recommendation for your consideration totaling $4,010,320. The amount was roughly double the amount that we awarded in last year, and it was 8% less than what we were able to award in 2019, 2020. That was the last cycle before the pandemic. The BPC used an award recommendations from 2019 and 2020 as a guidepost. And then we also consider the overnights, heads, and beds and visitors from outside of the county coming into the county to evaluate the applications. This year was a difficult year, not because we had less money, because we had almost double what we had last year, but it was still, we wish we had more money to support even at a greater level a lot of the great work that these organizations are doing to bring visitors from out of the county to Douglas County. We're very grateful for the guidance and support that we received from the County Attorney's Office and the Commissioner's staff throughout the VPC application process. With that, Madam Chair, I'm yielding for questions.
Thank you, Emiliano. Commissioner Boyle.
So first and foremost, Emiliano, I know this is a real challenge to go through all of the applications and to distribute the funding. I do know that with this funding mechanism, by state statute, the goal of this really is to bring visitors to the community. And just looking through some of the folks that got allocations, Is there a way that any of them are quantifying the numbers of visitors they are actually bringing to the area? You mentioned heads and beds. Is there a way to actually come up with these numbers, and are they accountable to us to provide those numbers to talk about potential future distributions?
Yes, Commissioner Boyle, thank you. That's a great question. We do have in the application, we asked that question, and that is typically an estimate that the organizations provide. They use different methodologies because it depends on the type of event. So for example, I know that Cinco de Mayo uses a methodology that is applicable to estimate the total number of visitors based on the number of people in a certain area, geographic area. But in terms of reporting back to us on their numbers, that would be a question that I will probably yield the floor to Catherine to speak to what kind of data we receive in terms of reporting after the award is made. We see the report, we see the numbers that they provide in the application. And so I will ask Catherine to share more about what numbers we see in the reports that the county staff receives after the award is made.
Okay, Catherine, do you have any thoughts on that?
Sure. The overnight visitors and out-of-town visitors information is collected in the application. And then the reporting information is primarily related to, there's a narrative description of outcomes, and additionally, recipients submit an outline of how the funds were expended. So typically it's just at the front end in the application period where applicants provide 3 years, the 3 prior years of data as to visitors drawn for their event or activity.
So I think as the chair of this committee, I think I need to meet with the two of you afterwards to figure out how we can get better accountability, or maybe figure out a better way to quantify the numbers that are actually coming in. I know it's fantastic to bring to have events for local folks, but anytime, of course, if this is visitor improvement fund, we really should be concentrating our efforts on seeing what are the items that bring people from out of the community in to bring dollars in. So anyway, I think that's something we'll start to concentrate on a little bit more.
Commissioner Boyle, may I speak farther to that point?
Please.
So yes, definitely welcome the opportunity, and any ideas or suggestions on how we can bring more accountability. Definitely, the process that we go through has improved significantly over the last few years. I think we have a long ways to go. So the process itself needs to continue to improve. The DPC members are all on board to explore ways that we can do this better. And I'm happy to explore with you and Catherine and anybody else ways that we can bring a greater degree of accountability. But I will say that we also have to balance that with the need to, we call it sometimes, there might be a good seed of an idea that we need to nurture for an event, because an event doesn't become great and right away. Sometimes it takes years for the event to get to that level of greatness, if you will, in terms of numbers of visitors that they can bring to the county. So there is a balancing act that also needs to be taken into account in helping some of the new startups, if you will.
Yep, that's a great point. Good. All right, thank you, Emiliano.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Emiliano, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hey, is a portion of these organizations, I think you and I have talked about this, but a portion of these organizations generate revenue. Some during their events, the multi-events are just a single event, but some don't, right? So does the amount that's being dispersed depend on the dollars that they generate to, let's say they have to fully fund their efforts? Some of them are fully funding them based on the amount that they're dispersed, correct? I mean,
yes, some of them are.
So does the amount of, so here's my final thing. Does the amount of revenue that that an organization generates, does that trigger their ask? So is their ask limited based on their P&L and the numbers associated with it?
No, it's on a case-by-case basis. So what we do look at and often discuss in our meetings is the total cost for the event. So the event may be a line item in their budget, and so there is a total cost for the event, which is different than the total P&L or operating budget for the organization, right? So we try to have a conversation about, do we want to be more than 30% of the total cost of the event? That conversation happens often in the discussion of the application. What is the total cost for the event? It's more focused on the total cost for the event than the total cost to run the organization, if you will.
Okay, that's exactly what I was curious about. Thanks, Emiliano. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, I just wanted to briefly express appreciation to you, Emiliano, and the committee as well. I know distributing these funds are no easy task. Comparing it to Commissioner Rogers and I oversee the turnback tax historical grants, and within recent years, that's been more along the lines of 200,000, 27 applicants. So over $4 million to distribute, 73 applications. I can imagine took a lot of hours and a lot of brain power for you and the committee to get done and accomplish. So while there's always room to improve, I also just want to acknowledge your time and effort and really express appreciation for everything you've done on this committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Somebody once said that no good deed goes unpunished, and I just do want to. I am under no illusion that we have dialed this into the point that we are proud and we can say it's perfect. It is an imperfect process, but we will continue to work and strive for a fair and equitable process. So I do want those that apply and didn't receive as much as they wish they received. I want them to reach out to us, or the staff. There are ways to also understand how we can work together to help them understand how to make sure the application complies with the legal requirements, for example. I know there's one particular application that we wish we could have supported, but we couldn't get in guidance from legal counsel. And there are other applications that are great, and there's nothing wrong with it, and we wish we have more money to support them. So there are real constraints, but I can tell you that everybody on this council, it's committed to doing what's right for the community.
Definitely. It's hard decision making. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Emiliano, I want to thank you and the committee as well, but I want to piggyback on what Commissioner Boyle said, because I think we have lost our way with this fund a little bit. If you look at what we are funding, we are actually providing the least amount per night stay to the events that bring in the largest amount of people. And while that's not the only thing we look at, if you look at state statute, it talks about visitor attraction and capital projects. And I watched the meetings, I read all of the applications, I've studied these spreadsheets, and the buck stops with us. This is the county board's responsibility, and we don't want to take away from the work that the committee has done, but I think we have to have some discussions about how we move forward, because to me there's some very questionable actions that or recommendations that are on these spreadsheets that I have questions about. So when we move forward, as Commissioner Boyle said, I think that we need to do a deep dive into our process and how this is actually, how the decisions are actually being made. And we also have to look at the timing of it, because there isn't enough time to hold this over and have those discussions for this year's awards. But we need to start, once this is done, to take a look at it, because again, I think we have flipped and we have flipped what the purpose of this fund is supposed to be for, and I think we need to have that discussion.
I welcome the opportunity, and we serve at your pleasure. So by all means, I look forward to having a discussion, and if we need to engage other members of the council, happy to coordinate for that.
Thank you, Emiliano. We do have a person from the public that wants to speak to the board about this agenda item.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Julie Boylston, CEO of the Omaha Equestrian Foundation. I'd like to thank you for your time today, and I do want to thank the committee for the work they did. I think the failure is mine in effectively expressing how different the efforts of the foundation are for hosting a World Cup, which we did in 2017, versus our annual event. This is what our budget looks like when we are hosting an International Omaha, which is budget is a little over $1.8 million, to a World Cup, which is just a little under $9 million. And this is an example of the other cities that host this type of event and successfully win the bids for this type of event. I'll be honest, part of the reason I'm here today is I want to make sure that we are prepared to host this again in 4 to 5 years, and this doesn't go the way of the swim trials, that we are really setting this up to succeed. This grant is measured on 4 measurements: diversity, equity, inclusion, and overnight stays. I'm really happy to say that we actually tick all of those boxes. Equestrian sport, we don't care who you are. We don't care if you're a man, a woman. We don't care what age you are. People have been open and out in this sport for decades. Everyone competes against each other. So we couldn't ask for a better sport to represent the ideas of being a diverse activity. Equity, we host 4,500 elementary school students on free field trips. 78% of those kids are on free or reduced lunch. So we do think this is a fabulous opportunity for kids to be at a truly international sporting event in a way that you don't normally have that opportunity in this community. Inclusion. We are representing our community with a new theme this year. In 2017, honestly, Europeans come here expecting practically to see cowboys and Indians walking down the street. So instead of fighting that stereotype, we reached out to the community. We're partnering with Bluebird Cultural Initiative, and the goal is to give Bluebird and their partners a stage of which to tell their own story. And it's a perfect tie-in to talk about how the reintroduction of horses to the plains in 1680 completely changed the culture of these tribes. So we're really excited about this, and it's a fabulous opportunity for us. Overnight stays. According to Ticketmaster data, the 52,000 tickets that were sold in 2017, 70% of those were for more than 50 miles away. That would account for 36,400 fans that were overnight. That also, our 2017 data was 3,000 hotel nights for officials, athletes, and staff, 735 for vendors, and 660 for media. We have 11,000 officially in the room block. That's why it's a little challenge. The room block is not a concept that Europeans and Middle Easterns understand very well, so we're working on that a little bit. We do think that the event is going to be much bigger this year. We've already booked 975 hotel nights, and we're 9 months, 8.5, 9 months out for the event. With the known destination and venue, people really have a sense they missed out in 2017. And there's glowing reviews. And the 2020 Vegas event was canceled due to COVID. So there's a little pent-up demand. Comparing ourselves with other events within the community, and the very first time we ever hosted the World Cup, we really do stack up great. There's been 75 years of investments made in the College World Series, and we're within $1 million a year in return on economic impact per day of our event. There's visitors from 50 states, 38 countries, and again, 52,000 tickets sold, with 70% being from more than 50 miles away. So while we remain very grateful for both the past and current support of the VIF grants, The current recommended VIF grant of $81,180 represents just 1.9% of our $9 million budget. 92% of our current project funding comes from private dollars. We are trying to do the work and not rely on public funding, but we do need your help. The goal is to bring this event to Omaha every 4 to 5 years. We believe that this event is of great value to Douglas County, and we would ask for greater financial partnership for the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle.
And I appreciate everything that you do too. And, you know, this is the first time we're seeing this, but to be honest with you, this is exactly the type of accountability I would like to see. And so it boils down to that funding. That fund is supposed to be used to generate income for Douglas County, and this is very clear that this is what this does. So you had the ability to obtain this data, I'm sure, through ticket sales and bookings. I think, again, that's the concrete information. I think we need to make solid decisions about future disbursements. And so I'm very hopeful that this will continue to be a good, viable event because of what we see. And it's kind of a big win for the county to have things like this come in.
Any other questions or comments? And again, I appreciate your presentation because it actually made my point that I was trying to make. And so we will continue our discussions hereafter.
I have a comment.
Mm-hmm.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I hope that the county government, the county board, is being promoted in all these events. If you're providing financial support to these organizations and events, you need to have promotion from the county. You guys have a seal. You guys have social media. That's what I would add. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Was there a motion? No. Do we have a motion to approve? Commissioner Rogers?
I guess I'm asking the clerk, how do you want to do this? There's two I need to abstain
We'll just take them out. Tell me which ones they are.
Omaha Sports Commission, and probably just to be safe, the Omaha Performing Arts.
We'll take those separate. And the first one was Sports Commission?
Yeah.
And we have to, Omaha Performing Arts.
And the Sports Commission, Omaha Sports Commission.
Okay, we have that noted.
And then the College World Series as well.
Okay.
So with that, there is a motion and a second, and again, we have pulled Omaha Sports Commission and Omaha Performing Arts and College World Series that we will take up separately.
And Madam Chair, I apologize.
Oh, you did it the other way?
I did not catch the motion in second.
Move the main motion minus the 3.
Okay.
Is there a second? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, seconded by Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner, did you want to say something?
Yeah.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question, I guess, for everybody, and Emiliano, for you as well. Let's say hypothetically, a board like ours didn't provide the amount of votes to move this forward. Where does that leave our process at this point? And it's a legitimate question. We've raised because we've raised a couple of questions here, and I think they're legitimate. But I also think we're a little bit behind the 8 ball, and the visitor improvement effort has been pretty significant. So I guess I wonder where if you didn't have a board like this capable of moving it forward, where would that leave us in the process?
It would go
And
it would go back for to the committee with discussion of what the issues are.
Okay, and so that leads me to this question. Even if, let's say all 5 commissioners that are actually sitting here had significant concerns, we haven't done our well, I don't know if we haven't done our due diligence, but
They haven't been addressed.
they haven't been addressed. So what I would say is that if we are going to address these issues, it's too late to address them now, right? That's not a, I guess I just want you guys' opinion. I mean, if there are significant issues here, I guess my point is we could address them, but why? What are we going to accomplish in a 2-week span? This is going to take months, right? I mean, I'm asking people's advice.
Again, I did ask those very questions and had a conversation with Commissioner Boyle because it is her committee, falls under her committee. And unfortunately, we are up against a time crunch, and that was why one of my comments was we have to look at the timing of this being brought to this board. Because again, because of the issues that were brought up, I think they do warrant further conversation and discussion, but unfortunately, because the fiscal year starts July 1 and we start dispersing the funds, I don't think we have time to lay this over.
Madam Chair, may I say a word?
Uh-huh.
So I do, Commissioner Friend, yes, I think if part of the discussion includes greater accountability, I think that would come with a significant amount of human resources. And so I think, you know, whenever you're dealing with this number of applications and you want to verify the reporting attendance, I think that that would also be accompanied by a human resources, budgetary, you know, I think that it would be great, but I think it would be a longer process. And I think it would require a lot more capacity to do it right.
Okay, thank you. Any
Okay.
other
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
questions? Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Teresa, did you want to say anything?
Sure, Teresa, your County Attorney's Office. I just wanted to say, I don't believe this would, if you wanted to make changes, I don't believe this has to go back to the VPC. I think the board could, if you know what those changes would be today, I think the board could go ahead and make changes without kicking it back to the VPC.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right. Again, the motion is to approve the funding minus the 3 Omaha Sports Commission, Omaha Performing Arts, and College World Series that will be taken up on their own. Please vote.
Motion passes 4-1. Commissioner Borgeson voting no, other commissioners voting yes.
Now I need a motion for the Omaha Sports Commission and Omaha Performing Arts.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Boyle, seconded by Commissioner Friend. Any questions or comments? Please vote. Oh, Commissioner Rogers.
No, I'm just stating that, Madam
You're-
Chair, I need to abstain because of being on the Sports Commission board, but my wife's on the OPA board, so I'm just being safe there. Technically, I think I can vote, but I'm just being safe.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
Well, Commissioner Rogers, you must have abstained,
Oh,
correct?
she did it.
I mean abstain.
No, I'll note for the record that Commissioner Rogers is abstaining.
Sorry.
All other commissioners voting yes, motion passes.
And I need a motion for the College World Series.
So
And
moved.
again, I will be abstaining because I'm on that board. Is there a second? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Boyle. Please vote.
Motion passes. Commissioner Borgeson abstaining, all other commissioners voting yes.
With that, we will move to the Human Resources, the weekly personnel report from Civil Service as presented. And then legislative items, nothing at this time. We do have need for executive session for labor negotiations, litigation, legal advice. Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Boyle. Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0.